Mirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri ChaitanyamanoBhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadhati Swapadhantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitangscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Kam karati vachalam bhangum lagaregrim kripatam bande shigranu tidataranam. Hare Krishna. So if we can have the conversations somewhere else. So we'll be reading from Srimad Bhagavad-Gita, as I said. And we'll be discussing a few verses very briefly in regards to Krishna's appearance. So, in the Bhagavad-Gita, chapter 4, Krishna reveals his appearance. Anyone knows where in the Bhagavad-Gita, where in 4th chapter, which verses? There's a string of verses in which Krishna speaks about his appearance. Anyone know? Anyone's reading Bhagavad-Gita? What verse? 4:7. Okay. 4:8. 4:9. Okay. Those are good. I like the previous one as well, because Ajopi Sangavyayatma Bhutanam Ishvaropisam Pakatim Swam Dishtaya Sambhavami Atma Mayaya. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita reveals that although he's unborn, right, he never actually has to be forced to take birth. And that's a big difference between every other living entity, or every person we've ever met had taken birth. Because that's the way you're born, and that's the way you exist in this world. We have to go through the process of birth. And the scripture is real. It's not ever a pleasant process, actually, birth itself. That's why the baby comes out crying. But Krishna is not forced. So he's unborn. So he says, okay, there's a big difference between me as a person and any other person you've ever met. I'm unborn. And my transcendental body never deteriorates. Another quality of Krishna, that although he was on the battlefield of Kurukshetra and he had so many grandchildren, and he was old, still, he looked like a young boy, a young teenager, youth. Because Krishna is not forced by the laws of material nature to actually grow old. God is not forced to grow old. Old age brings many diseases, brings uncomfort. So this doesn't happen to Krishna. And although I am the Lord of all sentient beings, he's the Lord, meaning he's in control. He's the master of every single person is under his jurisdiction. Still, Krishna says, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. In that same form, which is in the spiritual world, Krishna comes, despite not having to come. And this is the great mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, actually. That he chooses to come to a world where people will not have faith in him, will not appreciate him. And he doesn't just come alone. Because the king, whenever he comes, or he goes to a procession, he has an entourage, right? Any great personality, whenever he goes anywhere, he brings a whole army with him, right? You've seen the president ever go to any place? They stop the traffic lights, they make ways, there's so many cars coming, and he's just one mundane person. But here, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, when he comes, he also has his entourage. And his entourage assists him in his purpose to fulfill in this world. He's coming here for some business. He's not coming here like ordinary person who comes here to try to enjoy or struggle to enjoy, because really most of us are just struggling to enjoy. It's not really easy peasy in the material world. There's no free lunch. We have to work hard. So Krishna is not forced. So he's coming here, so he has a different purpose. It's not to enjoy this material world. He's coming here because he has something very important, right? He's in the spiritual world where all his associates all love him. No one is envious of him. He's the center of attraction in the spiritual world. And so many living entities are willing to go to hell just to please him just a little bit. And he comes to this world where nobody cares a damn about him. Where people are atheist rampant to the highest extreme, especially in Kali Yuga. And even in the name of religion, most people are really avoiding to know God for what he really is, as he reveals himself. We mostly impose our own ideas when we receive him or when we try to understand him. We try to understand him on our terms and conditions. Say, if you fulfill my material desires, then you might have some value because that's my goal of life. Your existence might matter to me. So this is most people. But Krishna still, he comes in his original form to show in this world who he actually is and attract us ultimately back home, back to Godhead. As we will read, let's read these next couple verses. If you know these verses, you can chant with me. Yadha yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanam dharmasya tadhamanam shrajamyaham. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Next verse. Paritranaya sadhunang vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samstapanartaya sambhavami yuge yuge. In order to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to reestablish the principles of religion, I advent myself millennium after millennium. Janma karma chame devyam evam yo veti tatvatah tyaktva deham punar janma naiti mameti sarjuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. So this concludes the series. So Krishna reveals in the Bhagavad-Gita at least his external reasons, at least to the immediate perception of reading these verses, why he comes in this world, is ultimately to reclaim the fallen conditioned souls. Srila Prabhupada makes the point that this glanir bhavati, this is irreligion. And irreligion, the real meaning to religion is actually to serve and render loving service to Krishna. So the moment we are not interested in rendering service to Krishna, or there's too much atheism or not enough people connecting to God, then Krishna becomes concerned. Because he knows only in relation to him can you actually truly be happy. And this is not like some mundane person of this world who's proud of his own glory and he thinks, without me, they can't enjoy. As some of us sometimes think, when we leave a relationship, they're like, oh, they're going to suffer without me. But they move on, and we see that they're not actually suffering. And they're going on, trying to enjoy the material world without you. But here, we're without Krishna, and we're actually can't actually try to be eternally happy. We can't actually figure it out. So Krishna is not proud. This is just a fact of life. We're forced to grow old, disease, and ultimately die. We cannot be eternal without Krishna, and our happiness cannot stay eternal without Krishna. It's just not possible. So Krishna is he's not bluffing, he's not boasting when he's saying this. He's just revealing this for your own benefit, so that you can be properly situated in eternal bliss and knowledge. So this is his kindness. He doesn't have to do this. So we have to remember this and be grateful whenever we get the association of Krishna and his devotees. And Krishna, like I mentioned, he doesn't just come alone. So he has many different paraphernalias, such as this Srimad Bhagavad-Gita is actually non-different from him. He has the holy name, which is non-different from Krishna. We have the Archa Vrigaha, which is non-different from Krishna. We have the bona fide authorized spiritual masters, which are also non-different from Krishna. And all these things give us an idea of what Krishna actually wants us to do, which is ultimately all the scriptures, the spiritual master, all of them are just pointing in one direction, that we have to somehow or another reestablish our lost relationship with God, because it's there. But under the ignorance of covering through the modes of material nature, we have forgotten this. So Krishna is concerned like a well-wishing father. One example is just like a great king or a great rich person. Anybody knows any rich person in today's society? Who? Jeff Bezos. Okay. Elon Musk. Anyone else? Any Indians? Mukesh Ambani. Anyone else? Right? I know, because I was in India and everybody says this. Mukesh Ambani. He's a good example of who's rich in India. He's one of the richest Indians, if not the richest, right? So if they had someone who was lost, they're very dear to them, and they saw that they were suffering and struggling very hard, wouldn't they be concerned? Wouldn't they search out or send some people to try to find them? Even us, if we had someone, we may not have the facilities to send and hire people to go find and track these people down, but we ourselves would be very much concerned and try to find these persons if they were lost. So Mukesh Ambani or any rich person, if they had someone there, they would try to find this person and see, why are you struggling so hard? If you were just in my association or with me, I provide all your necessities. You enjoy with me. If you enjoy separately with me, that's why you're suffering. But because I'm rich, wealthy, whatever, you can enjoy, at least on my level. Of course, there's no enjoyment in the material world, so this is a gross example. But it's to give us an idea that it's natural for Krishna to want to reveal who he is and come in this world to reestablish religious principle, so that we can actually be situated in eternal life full of bliss and happiness, because that's where we belong. And that's what we're actually searching for. Through every activity, every endeavor, we're trying to be happy somehow or another. We're trying to avoid the struggles that come in being in this material world. And that's what life is mostly, is just a struggle to avoiding suffering. We go to school and we struggle there. Why? Because we're afraid. If I don't get a good education or whatever the case may be, I won't get a good job. I won't get good income. If I don't get good income, then how would I provide for my family? Or how would I provide for myself? So we're afraid. We're trying to avoid suffering in different ways. Or if I don't live out my dream as many people tell you to do, then maybe, like they're saying, because they're telling me if I don't live my dream, then maybe I will be unhappy. So we have adopted some philosophy in this world of either hedonism in a very gross extent or a very minor way, in which we're all just simply trying to be happy. And there's nothing wrong. The only thing that's missing in this picture is that we're trying to do it without Krishna, who is actually the one who started the game of life, actually, the original cause. And therefore, he knows the purpose of life is actually to be happy. But if we try to do it without him, without his awareness or without caring his opinion why he started the game of life, then we will simply struggle It's just like if someone wants to start a business, right? Anyone here started a business before? Or, all right, you started a business. Okay, I heard someone else earlier was telling me he started a business. But point is, you start a business, let's say you hire somebody, or someone hires you. You don't show up to the business and just start using their resources however the hell you want, and don't ask any questions to the boss, like what's our mission here, what's our purpose of our institution. You don't just start calling people and like, hey, yeah, we're gonna just start doing this and using his computer, his gadgets, and all these things. You inquire, what is the purpose of your company before you even sign up for the company, right? You try to do some research. You inquire from the boss, the one who started the company. But here in this material world, we don't even question, Krishna, why did you start life? What's the point of this? Right? But if we go to a job, if we start just doing, we will be in a very big trouble pretty soon. The boss will not be happy. He say, hey, listen, I didn't start my business for this reason. Here you're using my resources for these things. He will not be satisfied. So similarly, Krishna is not satisfied if we don't inquire to him, because he gave us life. He started our existence, and he can end our existence. We have an example of this every day. We're forced to go to sleep, where we have to die for a few hours, and we're completely unconscious to our external reality. And anyone can do anything to us, right? How many of us can avoid sleep for too long? Not much. After a few hours of days or so of going out, you'll be forced to crash and go to sleep and be unconscious to the world around you. And anyone can do anything. You're in a helpless condition, actually, to you. But still, by Krishna's arrangement, he allows us to wake up and remember ourselves again. So Krishna gives us evidence through our experience in this world that actually there's someone else in control. We're not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We're not absolutely control in every aspect of our life. So it behooves us to inquire, what is the purpose of my human life? Why did you give me intelligence? Why am I able to even think about these things? I don't see the animals around me or some other people who are like walking animals. They walk on two legs, but they more or less act like animals. I don't see them inquiring about these things. They're more interested in hedonism. Why am I even thinking about this? Why does this even matter? Right? So it behooves us to recognize that this is a gift from Krishna, and we can use that gift to inquire from the right source. So the problem is that even if one is inquisitive, we're inquiring from the wrong sources. We're really taking shelter of our minds, or we're taking shelter of some imperfect person who's also has imperfect senses. Sometimes under illusion, makes mistakes, all these different things. And therefore, when we take shelter of them, we can only be bewildered. We can only not know exactly how to mold our lives. So Krishna is a concerned father. He's a concerned well-wisher, as revealed in the scripture. He says, listen, I'm telling you all these things, not because he has to, because again, what is he doing in the spiritual world? He's enjoying. We just chanted the Brahma Samhita, right? He has hundreds and thousands of goddesses of fortune ready at his feet, ready to serve him. And goddesses of fortune, they have all the opulences of the world, and they're just serving him and ready to do anything for Krishna at any moment. So he doesn't need our service, but still, out of his kindness, he says, still, I'm concerned for them, because they can be enjoying with me, actually. He says, why are you struggling in this material world, taking birth in different species of life, rotating, being confused, having so many bodily pains and aches, and not knowing what to do with your life, being confused? So Krishna is a concern. So he reveals, here I am as I am. You don't have to imagine, you don't have to speculate. So, and Krishna sees, whenever there is a glanir bhavati bharata, whenever there is a decline of religion, which means people are too much rampant in this selfishness of just being self-absorbed in their own plans and ideas. Something doesn't go their way, they become frustrated. Whenever we have any sort of frustration, Krishna reveals that this is due, our plans are not being fulfilled in this world. And therefore we become frustrated. Our expectations, we have unrealistic expectations, which are not in line with reality. And therefore we become frustrated. And we start blaming people, blaming our circumstances. But really, there's only one enemy. There's only one cause to all our suffering. That's ourselves. That's what karma does. Karma gives us exactly what we deserve, according to the laws of nature. Whatever we've done, we have to reap the results. Just like someone who doesn't study when he's a young boy or doesn't get trained or educated either through some sort of disciplinary method by his parents, then he grows up to be a very spoiled brat, or undisciplined boy. And therefore he suffers later in life because of his karma. He worked, and in fact, he didn't work. Still, karma means even if you don't work, you still get some reaction because you have to do something. No one can stand still. And that's the nature of this world that we're in. So it behooves us to use whatever facilities we have given by Krishna so that we can actually understand him in truth and appreciate him. This is the beginning of devotional service. It's just a little appreciation that there's someone else orchestrating everything, has given me all these gifts so that I can make proper progress in life, and I can live life in such a way that I can achieve ultimate happiness, which can only be had in relationship to him. And this is the conclusion of all the scriptures, as Krishna will later on revealed. Vedaistravar aham eva vedyo. This is the point of all the scriptures, is that they're actually indicating our relationship. Life is about a relationship. It's not about some lie or some person, some stone you go to the temple and hope it gives you some blessing. It's about a personal relationship with Krishna. He's a living person just like you and I are. But he's not subject to the dualities of this material world or these bodies which are temporary. He's actually in a world which is eternal, not like this world, which is dukkhalayam shashvatam. No matter what you do in this world, it is temporary and it's full of miseries. Even if you say, okay, I'm not suffering so much, still, at the end of it, you have to be kicked out. You're not going to stay here forever, and everything you hold dear will be taken away from you. So Krishna says, why be attached to such a place? Why be overly attached to this place? Come, join me. I have everything. Here, everything is eternal, full of bliss and full of knowledge. Why would you choose voluntarily to be here in this temporary world? But still, we're stubbornly attached to this world. So there's a process of purification. And therefore, that process of purification, Krishna reveals that this is the real Dharma. And that Dharma in this age begins with chanting Krishna's name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We can earnestly cry out when we recognize our pathetic situation that we find ourselves in, somehow or another. No one asked to be born, okay? No one said, sign me up for this family, this time, this circumstance, and this type of thing. We somehow or another woke up and it was like, okay, this is the world I live in. Let's see how things work here. And we just try to figure it out. And we see mostly everyone is out for themselves. And we say, well, I got to also do that because that's what everybody else is doing. Or else I'm not going to be happy because they seem to be happy by following this program. But you see, no one is actually happy by following this program of selfishness. We're all just thinking about ourselves. So Krishna consciousness brings us up beyond the platform of just thinking of yourself, which is more or less what the animals do. The animals or the lower living species, they only see sense objects. Their senses, their eyes want to see something beautiful. Their tongue wants to taste something tasty. Their nose wants to smell something fragrant. Their ears want to hear nice sounds. And that's what the animals do. They're just seeing everything as an object for their senses. Even another living entity, they're just seeing that that's just an object for my tongue, belly, genitals. They're just seeing it as that. They're not seeing it as another person. They're not conscious. Their consciousness is not developed to that point. They're just seeing everything as an object for their senses. And this is called Anamaya conscious. But human life is meant to go beyond that. We're not supposed to be like animals and just see objects, people as objects of our senses, which is what, unfortunately, modern society is training most people to be like. Is we see everyone else as just an object that we can exploit. And we glorify those who make good objects. And we say, wow, that's a good object to exploit. And we put them on TV and we sometimes pay them millions of dollars. And just so that everyone can see them as an object of exploitation. And it's glorified in today's society. But this is glorified animal life. And this is an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves due to the age of Kali Yuga being so irreligious, being so separated from Krishna. The more we're separated from God and are having a real relationship, then all our other relationships become affected. Because we don't know how to have a proper relationship with Krishna, then what to speak of having a proper relationship with anybody else or anything that in relation to Krishna, which is everything else. So Krishna conscious brings us to the platform of having a deep, genuine relationship with God, and as a byproduct, we're able to have a proper relationship with everyone else because we won't want to exploit them, because we know what it's like now not to have this exploited tendency. Krishna, if you want to have a relationship with him, it's only on this platform of Savai Pumsam Paro Dharmo Yato Bhakti Adokshaje Ahaitaka Pratihata Yayatma Suprasidati. It has to be unmotivated and uninterrupted devotional service. It's not part-time you can have a relationship with Krishna. It's like, sometimes I care about you, only on Janmashtimi, right? We show up, or only on the festivals, or only on the weekend we care about Krishna. No, it's all the time I'm conscious of my relationship with Krishna. It's like if you're conscious of your little child or your mother, and you're concerned all the time about what this person thinks about your life. Similarly, much more similarly, we should be conscious. What does Krishna think about my life? This is the beginning of Krishna conscious. And this is all pervasive, because if we're conscious of what Krishna thinks about our life and we're ready to follow that, our life will be so much more better. Because we're conscious of what so many other people think about our lives, but they have their opinions are fabricated in the factory of their minds, which are polluted by all their selfish desires, by which they try to exploit material world. And this, following their ideas, which are imperfect, will only lead us to distress, and will lead others to distress by our actions. So it behooves us, again, to take shelter of Krishna. And as I mentioned, he reveals himself through the scriptures, the spiritual master, and the other saintly devotees who understand his will. And this is the guru principle in action, is by we can connect to him and understand his will through these different things without any speculation, without any fault or any tinge of our own perspective being influenced in that instruction or that will of the Lord for our lives in every moment. So if we're intelligent and we realize this, we've been beat up enough by the laws of material nature, we have suffered enough, we will take shelter of Krishna. We will cry out to him, and Krishna will make arrangements somehow or another for us to contact him in a bona fide way, in an authorized way. Just like we're serving the Archa Vigraha, this is an authorized form of Krishna revealed through the scriptures. By if we render service to him under guidance of the spiritual masters and the scriptures, not in our own way. It's like, oh, okay, it's Krishna. Now let me just do whatever I want and give it to Krishna and ask for no guidance. Not like that. But under the shelter of a proper authority who can teach us, then Krishna accepts our service and he becomes pleased. And then automatically we make progress in our relationship, because it's not based on our own imagination, but it's based on his way of revealing things. And this is how he does it. He ensures through these three things, the Guru, Sadhus, and Shastras. So Krishna, when he sees this, he personally comes, or he personally sends his different saintly persons throughout so many different traditions. And they're all speaking about the same principle of how to establish a genuine relationship with God, with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Doesn't matter if you're Hindu, Jew, Christian, Mohammedan, or all these saintly persons or teachers who have come, they're only indicating on this principle. The form, or according to the time period, or the teaching may apparently seem different because people are preaching according to the time, place, and circumstances. Then sometimes things have to be adjusted, but the principle is never lost. So of establishing our eternal relationship with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So if we understand this and we take shelter of Krishna in full, how he fully reveals himself through the authorized scriptures, then we can get the full benefit of our relationship with him. And that will make us extremely satisfied, and not just with Krishna, but with everything else. Because most of us don't know how to engage with anybody. We don't know how to have a proper relationship. How many here struggle with relationship problems? Anybody? Or every relationship is just like a smooth ride, roller coaster. You never had any hiccups? Anybody? No, right? So it's like that. We're struggling. But Krishna if you establish a relationship with him, then gradually, as we serve him, unmotivated, interrupted, we realize that's the nectar of every relationship actually. It's not trying to exploit another person. It's just trying to please another person. And if we have that with Krishna, then it's easy to have that with everybody else. We're not always just calculating like a material, what is in it for me? Is it, or concerned about our temporary benefit, what's in it for me in the short run? But we understand, ultimately, what's going to make us happy is not this temporary things, but is really our relationship with Krishna and our relationship with each other in relationship to Krishna. And this we can have. It's available. Krishna says, he's frustrated. Why are they struggling unnecessarily? Like I said, he has everything with him. But the thing he's wondering, still, he makes the time to concern himself for those who are suffering. Just like we may be happy in the temple, but we go out, we see people are actually committing so many sinful activities by which they're going to actually become degraded. So we're also concerned. This Hare Krishna movement is established on this principle. We understand the heart of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who, despite knowing when I come to this world, they will blaspheme me. They will not care about me. They will not inquire from the proper sadhus. They will make farce of me. They will take the truth and turn it pervertedly. He knows this, and still he comes. Why? Because he cares. And therefore the devotees, despite knowing when we go out there that people will actually not care what we have to say, sometimes criticize us, misunderstand, take what we say and flip it out and say it, and it'll become the perverted truth. Still, we do it. Why? Because this is the real mission of the Lord. This is why he gave us the Vedas. This is why he gives us knowledge. This is why he gives us Guru. This is why the sun shines. Everything is there only to bring us back to our real relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because by this relationship, every other relationship, whether it be with persons or sense objects, will be properly established, and then we can actually be satisfied. It won't be about exploiting things anymore, but it'll be, how can I serve others? How can I serve this person? And how can I bring them closer to Krishna? And this is life. This is actually the platform of real life. You can begin to live life for real, instead of living this life of fear and anxiety, trying to exploit others because you think, if I don't exploit them even a little bit, if I don't get my way a little bit, I won't be happy. But actually, you can have it not your way in any regard and still be completely satisfied, actually. In fact, the topmost devotees, they say, even if my suffering is so great, if Krishna is pleased, still I consider that suffering my greatest source of pleasure because they're so attached to Krishna. This is a nectar that's available to sacrificing for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and then sacrificing for each other's relationship in relationship to Krishna. And this will help us. This will help us from all our polluted thoughts and ideas on how to exploit this world, which simplest has gotten us in trouble since again and again. No matter how many times we've done it, it gets us in trouble. We feel unsatisfied. We feel some emptiness inside. And therefore we're all here. We're here looking for some spirituality. We're not just simply out there enjoying, but we're celebrating Krishna's birthday. It's Krishna Janmashtimi. And it's good news that Krishna appears in this world to reveal who he is as he is. What's my name, fame, what I look like. So you can have a real relationship, not this weird relationship where you have no idea what God looks like. So like, what kind of relationship is that? Like, you don't know what he looks like. You don't know what he likes. It's like, how can you have a relationship with someone you don't know you don't know what they think, what they look like, what they do. You don't know anything about them. And you're going to have a relationship. It's like, I love God. Okay, what does God look like? Well, it's not in my book, Okay, why don't you look at other scriptures that are authorized by Krishna? Perhaps there's something more, so that your relationship can actually be firm, can be more strongly. That's why you see it in so many other traditions. Every religious tradition is having problems because they don't have their relationship is lacking. They don't have this strong foundation. It can only happen if you understand God in truth. If you understand him as he is, as he fully reveals himself, and he does that. He doesn't hold back. And this is the gift of the Krishna conscious movement, that we're simply just giving Krishna as he is. That's why we have Bhagavad-Gita as it is. You can call it Krishna as it is also, because Bhagavad-Gita is non-different from Krishna. The words of God are the minds of God. The mind of God is what Krishna actually feels. He's revealing his concern for the fallen condition. So therefore he comes despite being unborn. He's not forced to come in this world. And he reveals these books. This knowledge doesn't have to be here, but he chooses to reveal it. And it's up to us to use our free will or misuse our free will. And it's up to us to very clearly understand, just like this, systematically understanding every point in the scriptures so that we can get the full benefit of the human form of life, not wasting any time. We know doing things our way never really actually works out. So why not give it a shot to do things Krishna's way, fully? One life. You try so many lives, okay, so many lives, I follow my own plans and ideas. You know how far that got me, not very far. So let me use this one life and do it the way Krishna wants me to do it. If I want to be a family person, okay, do it the way Krishna wants you to do it. Why do it your way? If you want to raise children, do it the way Krishna wants you to do it. If you want to dress up, dress the way Krishna wants you to dress. Do things exactly the way Krishna asks us to do, instead of how the world asks us to do. The world wants nothing but to exploit us and make us another exploiter. But if we follow God's way, then we'll be safe in this material world of existence where there's just repeated birth and death, just suffering again and again, where everyone's pretending to have the solutions to life, but nobody actually has proper solution. And we see the devotees who live according to God's will, they're completely satisfied. And this is the point of all the scriptures. Everything is not to do some ritual, to do some mantra, to come to the temple and give some donation. How is our relationship with Krishna? Is it real? Do we know anything about him? Do we know what he thinks, what he says in the Bhagavad-Gita? How many of us are reading, making it a habit to read and try to understand God's will? Anyone? The scriptures, Bhagavad-Gita, we're reading daily? Why not? Here you're born in India and you have the book, you know about it, and you don't read it. It's as good as rejecting it. It's as good as saying, I don't need it. We need people. You come to America to what? Enjoy the Western dream of how to exploit. We already tried that formula. Hello, good morning. It's not going to work. So many students here are intoxicated on so many drugs. The psychopathic or mental problems that people have are only increasing. Why? Because the whole system by which the whole Western country is running on, all the platform of hedonism, doesn't actually work. Selfishness doesn't work. It only brings you into a bigger and bigger hole. So why adopt this system? You come to America, you should come to preach Krishna consciousness. You have this knowledge. Your ancestors have this knowledge. You know about Bhagavad-Gita from the time you're born. I wish I was born a devotee, actually, knowing this. Wasted so much of my life unnecessarily. But here you have this available and you choose not to read. Why not? You keep it on the shelf, offer some flower or something, or you come to the temple and put some money. But the thing you have to do with your human life is actually try to understand God in truth. This is the point of Janmashtami, is to remind us this. Krishna says, in fact, I make Janmashtami the most special festival. Why? So that we come and establish our relationship somehow or another. So he gives so much pious things, just like someone was sending me, if you fast on Janmashtami, you get like 1 million benefits of Ekadasi. And I was like, okay, but that's not the point. The point is he's trying to allure you to establish a relationship with him. That's the unlimited benefit. If you establish a relationship with Krishna, then no matter how many births no matter how many things you go through in life, or births, even if you have to take birth again in this material world, as long as that relationship with her, you'll be completely satisfied. It doesn't matter what happens. That's the real gift. That's the real invitation of Janmashtami. We should invite Krishna into our heart so that he manifests there, and we also establish our relationship in truth. So we're always thinking of Krishna in his scriptures, his instructions, and carrying out in every moment of our life. And that's what we should do. That's what we're dedicating this Janmashtami to. We're praying for everybody and ourselves also, that we can all, Swasastu Vishvasya Kala Prasidatam Dhyayantu Bhutani Shivamitodaya. Manascha Bhadram Bhajata Dokchate Aveshata No Mate Prahaitaki. So Prahlad Maharaj prays in the same way. He's praying to Lord Nrsingadev, may we all become pacified from all our enviousness towards each other, unnecessarily strife, right? You don't agree with everything I say, I don't like you. You know, this person doesn't fit my bill. It's like, I wanted this as an ideal wife or husband, and he doesn't fit that bill anymore. Or I wanted this person as my friend, and he doesn't fit this friend bill. Why is my mother this way? You know, so many complaints we have about everybody in our life. So this is not going to work. So Krishna, he's revealing this topmost relationship so that we can rectify all our relationships and ultimately our relationship with him, actually. So let's not be like this and try to take advantage of this day to pray to Krishna. We're very fortunate to get the opportunity to serve Krishna and see him in a form that we can actually meditate on directly. And it's non-different from Krishna. It's Krishna himself. So we can pray on this day to somehow or another. We can chant eagerly, recognizing our position. Then real prayer will spontaneously come in our heart. How foolish we've been wasting our life. Although or like some of us who were born in India may have had Bhagavad-Gita whole life. How many here have not read Bhagavad-Gita, although they have it? They have it? You guys haven't? You don't have it. Okay, before you leave, at least take the Bhagavad-Gita. Surely you should take. And if you have the Bhagavad-Gita and you still haven't read it, although it takes 5 minutes a day to read the whole thing actually. 1 year you can finish the whole thing. Just make a plan. Just like you make plan to go on vacation, you can make plan to read Bhagavad-Gita instead. Take a vacation and take Bhagavad-Gita with you and don't do anything else and read it. Find out. He's desperate to tell you this message. He arranged the whole battlefield of Kurukshetra, made such a dramatic scene just to say you, listen to what I have to say. And we still choose not to hear. This is our foolishness. So we should take advantage. Again, the devotee association and this special festival that we have today is really about this. It's really about our relationship with Krishna. Let's not forget it. It's not about giving some money and getting some pious credits. It's not about doing some rituals or chanting in a mechanical way or doing service in a mechanical way. It's really, how is my relationship with this person? Do I know him? Do I really know him? Do I really know what he wants from me right now? Or is it just some joke? Something I do, something we've been doing as a ritual, as a family since who knows when? No, we should come here and see. It's a time to remember, is my heart clean, ready to receive the Lord in my heart? So let's do the real work. And that real work begins by chanting, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It didn't sound like you guys mean it. Let's try it again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we still have some time for some questions or concerns or doubts, complaints, gripes. You can raise your hands and maybe we'll address. Yes, Mother Teresa, thank you for leading. He has a mic ready. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Okay, Hare Krishna. I have a reflection. I have a couple things. I can share a couple things. Well, okay, my reflection is that, we talk about how miserable this world is and stuff. And so, like, sometimes our mind goes to, like, let's go back to Godhead, But I think it's really nice that we can, I don't want to say enjoy, but we can be happy here if we spiritualize everything. So I think that's really positive to remember. Because I know I've heard some, like, the goal isn't even necessarily to go back to Godhead. The goal is to always remember Krishna, and so you should be okay with being here in the material world because you can spiritualize it. So if you're able to, not that I can spiritualize it, but I like to ask Krishna, like, I think my main thing I like to say to Krishna is, like, just don't let me forget you. So I just think it's nice that we can spiritualize this world and enjoy happiness here in the meantime.
Yeah, Krishna is not a tyrant. He doesn't want us to be miserable at any moment, actually. He wants us to always be satisfied. So we can experience that immediately. Like you said, spiritualize means what? What does it mean to spiritualize? Exactly. Krishna has to be in the picture, not spirituality without Krishna. What kind of spirituality is that? Like, I'm spiritual, but God, get that God out of the picture, and we'll be spiritual, whatever that means. But spirituality means you spiritualize your life by adding God in your life. Start thinking about Him, reading about Him, and then you feed devotees. They're here dancing every day. You think we have a festival every day. Every day is a festival for us. Working hard every day for Krishna. So for us, we would have never done it for anybody else, actually. I mean, there's a limit how much you can do for anybody else. But for Krishna, You want to keep doing more. You're not satisfied how much more you can please Him. So yeah, we can actually experience the same principle which operates or works in the spiritual world, which is a selfless service, to Krishna, is possible in this world. And the more we do that, the more we'll feel satisfied. So Krishna is he's not like, you have to be miserable the entire time you're here, and then you'll experience happiness once you get. No, as soon as you add Krishna into your life, you begin to experience spirituality, and you begin to experience your real self, because your real self is a servant of Krishna. And we just have to start adding Krishna in our life, hearing about Him, establishing a genuine relationship with Him. So thank you for that point. Is there any other comments or questions? Yes, orange shirt, Hasmukh Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
First of all, I'd like to thank you. You gave us such a nice satsang. Yeah,
Hare
really
Krishna.
enjoyed it. That was great. My question is, on behalf of myself and my friends here, you talked about association of devotees.
Yeah.
Now, we can have a nice relationship with you because I can see you.
Yeah.
I can relate to you. I can talk to you. So it's easy to have that relationship. How can I have a relationship with Krishna? The Supreme Father is supposed to be our Supreme Father. I have not seen Him. I have no contact with Him. So how to have a relationship with Krishna that we have not even seen Him?
Well, right now we have this thing covering part of Krishna, but as soon as the curtains go away, you'll see Krishna. So don't worry, you can see Krishna. He reveals Himself in the form of the Archa Vigraha. And this is authorized through scripture. He says, I come in a form which I become dependent on you so that you can render service to me. Because our relationship to Krishna is one based on servitude, is one of submitting ourselves to Him in appreciation for everything that He's doing. Despite the atheists not decrying Krishna, still He gives them facilities. He gives them a body, He gives them life, He gives them breath every time they breathe. So we have so much facility, but we take it for granted. So our relationship, it should be of service. That's our relationship with Krishna. So it's not necessarily being directly, even in the spiritual world, as Mataji was saying, some of the highest devotees, they take birth again and again in this material world to serve Krishna in any way that Krishna sees fit. So the devotee just wants to serve Krishna, please Krishna. So that's the real satisfaction. In the beginning, we may want to, as Prabhupada writes in Bhagavad-Gita, chapter 10, I think 9, text 9 or 8. In the beginning, one is attached to the work he's doing for Krishna, like the demigods. They know Krishna, or like the pious Indians. They know Krishna, but they want to serve Him kind of in their own way, I'll come on my own terms, Krishna. They're attached to doing it that way. But when one becomes more advanced, that relationship becomes deeper. Just like any relationship we have in this world. You become attached to the person, and you care now about what the person thinks instead of just what some external thing, what they do for you, or how they make you feel better. But you actually start genuinely appreciating the person, and you want to know him now and see what they actually think instead of just imagining that they like everything that you do. It's like, I can give you a bouquet of roses, but you may hate roses, or you may like something else. What's another type of flower? Carnations. You may like carnations better. So if I get to know you better, I know, oh, carnations would please this person better. Instead of giving them what you want, you give them what they want. So similar relationship with Krishna at first may be superficial, because we don't read the scriptures, and even if we read it, we don't follow them. So it's like, how much interest are we showing in Krishna? The more we follow, the more we'll feel reciprocation. Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita 4:11, this is a few verses up ahead in this chapter. He says, I'll read the verse exactly because it's right in front of me. All of them, as they surrender unto me, I reward accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. So everyone who's trying to one another surrender to Krishna, they're all gradually in somehow or another connected to him, even a little bit. Those who are new and don't feel that deep relationship, but that's because you probably don't want it. That's the mere fact of the matter. We haven't had enough of this world, so we kind of want this world and not so much Krishna. So our relationship doesn't feel real. Doesn't feel like as real as you and I talking. You know, I want Krishna on my terms. Why does he dance in front of me now? You know, this is not devotion. Devotion, no services. Okay, even if Krishna doesn't reveal himself ever, I'm satisfied just pleasing him because I know what I have faith in his words. I have faith in his devotees, the scriptures like this. The devotee who has this attitude, then surely Krishna will reveal himself in different ways to such a devotee. But one has some tinge, some kind of it's a bargain or a business you have with Krishna. It's like, Krishna, you do this for me, then I'll do this for you. You know, okay, I'm doing this for you, so Krishna, I hope you give me this in return. So Krishna, okay, this kind of relationship you want with me. You haven't asked me what I think, what I want you from you. You just come into me and ask me what you want. Okay, this is good. This is something. At least you recognize I'm there. Something is there. So that's the relationship you want with Krishna. Then you will have an impersonal relationship with him. So the more personal you are with Krishna, personal means you have to understand his instructions. Right? It's like if you and I have a relationship and I don't care about any of your ideas, any of your thoughts, how much would that relationship be good? You know, it's like whatever idea you bring up, or any of your interest, I'd be like, well, I don't care. Okay, my relationship is you serving me. It's like I come to you as long as you please me. Then then it's okay. If this is actually no person will do this, have a relationship with such a person. But God says, okay, I'll tolerate such a fool. At least he recognizes me. But other people will not even. You better at least hear what I have to say. At least pretend to listen. But Krishna is not like that. He still accepts even us who are serving him in our own ways. Just out of his kindness. He's not so much interested, actually. Because if you want to be interested, then you should be more interested. And we know this principle. If we adopt this principle in other relationships, if you want them to be interested, you be interested in them. And you see how quickly they become interested. But if you're just thinking about how they should be interested in you, how is your relationship going to work? Similarly with Krishna, how is it going to work if you're just thinking what Krishna can do for me, or just thinking about yourself all the time when you come in front of God? But when was the last time you picked up his words and try to understand them, meditate on them? So I think the more personal we are, the more personal our relationship with Krishna will be. And that's his mercy. So we have a play that's starting pretty soon. I don't know if our guys are ready yet. So we can entertain some more comments or questions if anyone has it. Well, if nobody has them, we'll let Mother Teresa. She's very inquisitive. She's always asking questions. Oh, he has a question. Is it okay? What's your name?
Josh.
Josh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Can we develop a relationship with Krishna through pursuing a relationship with ourselves, or is that a different pursuit?
Yeah, so a relationship with ourselves. So without Krishna, what is ourself? Are we alone? To understand ourselves, it's a part of ourselves is connected to Krishna. We by our very nature are dependent on others. Just like if you try to understand yourself within your family without caring about your family, you're not going to understand yourself within your family. It's not going to happen. Because you got to take into consideration other people. But we're inconsiderate, therefore we feel even isolated within our own families. This whole society is like this. No, everyone is just thinking about themselves. This idea of self-realization. Of course, we actually have to give a purport to what that means. We have a book called Science of Self-Realization. But nothing is by yourself. We're not meant to be by ourselves. We're dependent on others, and ultimately, we're dependent on God. So really, if we want to understand ourselves, we need to add Krishna in the picture. And just like when the sun comes up, automatically everything else lights up. So if we can see ourselves, we know everything else. So we have to add Krishna. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Say, let me understand myself first. What is it? You're in darkness. What will you see? But if you add Krishna, he'll show you actually everything you are. And you're more than you can ever imagine. And that relationship you can have with Krishna is more than you can ever imagine. And you will not be dissatisfied, actually. It's ever increasing. And therefore, you'll be unlimitedly more happy than you can ever imagine just by connecting with Krishna. And you'll know more about yourself than you can possibly know. Because if you try to know about yourself without Krishna, it's going to get weird real quick, you know. It's going to get weird. You might imagine some weird things. So, we've seen some people who say, I'm going to go figure myself out first. It gets weird, you know. Because how are you going to do without Krishna? That's who you're, part and parcel of Krishna. Everything you are in your spiritual body is surcharged with desires to please Krishna. So how can you not add Krishna in there? Your whole, in the spiritual body, every atom of the living entities in the spiritual world is surcharged with the desire to please Krishna. That's what they're made out of. They're made out of love for Krishna. So how can you understand yourself without Krishna? This is not possible. There's no self-realization, no spirituality without God. Because we are parts and parcels of God. And if you try it out, you see for yourself, you will experience, actually. It's more than you can ever hope for, actually. Life is better than what society has sold us on, this idea of hedonistic life. Just be selfish. Just the world is your oyster. Just go out and get it. Just do it. Don't consider others so much. You know, these things never lead to happiness. So, any other questions, comments, concerns? You want to say something? We're waiting on our actors. Okay, sure. How much time do we need so that we have an idea? We'll entertain this question or comment first, and then we'll chant if there's still time.
Okay, Hare Krishna. I like that you were talking about when we develop our relationship with Krishna, then our relationships with our friends, family, etc., will strengthen or turn good, all that. Luke and I were having a conversation recently about, I kind of heard also the thing I like about Krishna consciousness is I think there can be lots of different answers. Time, place, and circumstance. So anyways, what I'm getting at is sometimes aren't these relationships here also to teach us how to love Krishna properly? I'm very far off from being able to serve Krishna, but I've been sent, a husband to practice, or a mother that challenges me to practice. So can it kind of go both ways, or
Yes, it can go both ways, but first you have to add Krishna first. Without Krishna, it's all zero. It won't get any better. So once you add Krishna, then everything starts to help you. The whole universe starts to help you. What to speak of your relationships around you. Everything helps you. Once you add Krishna, everything becomes in your favor, because now you added the one. All the zeros were against you, actually. They were just zeros. And they had no value. But once you add Krishna, everything you had going for you, even the bad experiences you had in your life, become a source to help you, and you can actually understand them properly. And they become a source to increase your relationship more with Krishna. So yes, everything will ultimately help you with Krishna if you add Krishna. Yes. Krishna has to be there. Therefore, there's a quality of pure devotional service, or characteristics of devotional service is Kleshagni Shubhada. Shubhada makes all auspicious. Every activist, every attribute, everything in our life, everything around us, everything we come in contact with becomes auspicious, becomes a source. Even our struggles become a source of actually upliftment. Versus in the material world, when we don't have Krishna, everything brings us down, actually. Makes us more confused. But you start adding Krishna gradually. It's not going to happen overnight, trust me. Sometimes it can be even painful, But we know if we keep Krishna in the center, and that's our goal, then these things will actually help us. There won't be things that take us away from Krishna. Is that fair? Okay. Krishna is first, always. Hare Krishna. Any other comments, questions? If not, we'll do some short kirtan. We can, now that we know, or at least it's brought to the forefront of our minds, our situation is material, we can chant and cry out to Krishna. So we'll chant together. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyabhadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. We'll do a call and response. I'll chant and then you guys can chant. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Now your turn. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna. So it looks like our devotees are ready. Okay, so we'll get started shortly. So we'll have our first, you can bear with us. This is our first time hearing this as Dharmacharya doing this kind of thing. So we thought we go out of our way to Krishna a little bit. Usually we kind of pass the baton to someone else, but some enthusiasm was there this year to try to make it happen. So listening, Panchaka Padarbisa, Kipasam Viveka, Subhavati.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Okay, thank you everybody for being here. This most auspicious day of Janmashtimi. All the devotees here, we've been working hard to put on a presentation of one of Krishna's many wonderful pastimes. Like I mentioned, it's our first time, so everybody please try to relish the transcendental nectar coming from Krishna, not necessarily our active capabilities. So, with that being said, everybody, we appreciate quiet, silence, so we can all try to hear. So, Krishna, Balaram, and all of their cowherd boyfriends, they were playing in the forest, running around, just enjoying life in the beautiful forest of Vrindavan. So there they were skipping, merrily dancing in the forest, just wanting to play games to pass the time by.
Oh, this is so much fun, but let's play another game. Yeah, let's play Blind Man's Club. You're it. Oh, come and get me. You can't get me. Oh, I'm over here. I'm over here. Oh, I gotcha. You did not get me.
No, I got you.
No, you didn't. You're it. No, you're it.
No, you're it.
I win. You only won because we haven't eaten breakfast today. Oh, I'm so hungry.
Me too. Oh, Krishna, please arrange for us for some foodstuffs. We've been so hungry playing all day.
You two are so powerful. Please mitigate our hunger and kill this demon of hunger inside of us.
Please arrange for us for some laddus. My dear friends, just go to the house of the nearby brahmanas. You're very close, and you're always engaged in performing Vedic sacrifices. Surely they may give you some foodstuff, but beware, they are not Vaishnavas. They do not even chant the names of Krishna and Balaram. Although they're involved all the time performing Vedic sacrifices, they do not even know the real meaning of the Vedas. Just a regular devotional service unto me. So go there and ask charity. My brother's name Balaram, because he is a Chachira, and I am just a mere Vaishnava. So go now and bring foodstuff from the brahmanas.
Lucy! Right!
Eager to carry out the instructions to please their dearest friend Krishna, the Gopas immediately went to the place where the brahmanas were engaged in performing Vedic sacrifices according to the strict scriptural rules and regulations. The Brahmanas were in the middle of a fire yajna for the purpose of going to Svarna Loka. The Gopas saw them and began to approach to ask for foodstuffs on behalf of Krishna. My mother, she told me, Brahmins, you must be very respectful. with Krishna and Balaram. We've been playing in the forest, so hungry. Please arrange us some food stuff. We can just take for you. No problem.
Lord Vishnu is sitting waiting as Krishna and Balaram, and we are very hungry. Please deliver some food to us.
Please, just a laddu or 2 laddus. A little bit of holiday, please.
Please.
Oh, not a single laddu. Let's go.
Krishna's friends were very upset that the Brahmanas could not give them any charity. And they went back to Krishna empty-handed. They were struggling very immensely from their skipping breakfast. They were starving.
Oh, no halva, no sweet rice. Oh, where's the laddu? Oh, Krishna. Oh, we're so hungry. Oh, Krishna. Oh, we need the laddu and the lassi. Oh.
Although the companions of Lord Krishna and Balaram were simple cowherd boys, they were in a position to dictate even to the high-class Brahmanas engaged in the Vedic rituals of sacrifice. But the smarta Brahmanas, who were simply sacrificial-minded, could not understand the dictation of the transcendental devotees of the Lord. They could not even appreciate the begging of the Supreme Lord Krishna and Balaram. Although they heard all the arguments on behalf of Krishna and Balaram, they did not care for them, and they refused to speak to the boys. Despite being highly elevated in the knowledge of Vedic sacrificial rites, all such non-devoted Brahmanas, although they think of themselves as very highly elevated, are ignorant, foolish persons. All their activities are childish because they do not know the purpose of the Vedas, as it is explained in the Bhagavad-Gita. To understand Krishna, in spite of their advancement in Vedic knowledge and rituals, they do not understand Krishna. Therefore, their knowledge of the Vedas is useless. Krishna's friends, being upset about not receiving any food items in charity, finally struggled to reach Krishna.
Oh, we're so hungry. What are we gonna do? We went to the Brahmins. They gave us nothing. Not a single laddu or a single grain of sweet rice.
Or for good.
No, what shall we do?
What do we do?
Don't worry, my dear cowherd friends. That is the nature of begging. Sometimes you go to the house and you get delicious food stuff, and sometimes you have to go without. But surely the wives of the Brahmanas are very close. Just go to their house. They are always absorbed in thinking about us. For they will surely bring you as much food stuff as you desire. Go now with great enthusiasm, my dear cowherd friends.
Filled with renewed excitement after hearing from Krishna, the Gopas go running off to approach the wives of the Brahmanas to ask them charity for some food.
La 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 la, you such a sweet rice. Sweet rice.
The wives were nearby the place where the sacrifice was being performed by the smarta Brahmanas. The Gopas were eager to approach them.
Dear mothers, you are so amazing, but we are so very hungry. We have been staying in the forest playing with Krishna and Balaram, and we have just really been hungry. We need your mercy. Please come and deliver foodstuffs to us very quickly.
We haven't had breakfast
At all.
Oh, come, to Krishna, to Krishna, we must go.
Being eager to meet Krishna, the wives of the Brahmanas packed up all the nicest foodstuffs to offer Krishna and followed the cowherd boys back to the forest. For a long time, the wives had been eager to see Krishna. However, when they were preparing to leave home to go to see him, their husbands, fathers, sons, and relatives asked them not to go, but the wives did not comply. When a devotee is called by the attraction of Krishna, he does not care for bodily ties. The women entered the forest of Vrindavan on the bank of the Yamuna, which was verdant with vegetation and newly grown vines and flowers. Within that forest, they saw Krishna and Balaram engaged in tending the cows along with their very affectionate boyfriends. The Brahmanas, wives, saw Krishna with a blackish complexion, wearing a garment that glittered like gold. He wore a nice garland of forest flowers and a peacock feather on his head. He was also painted with the minerals found in Vrindavan, and he looked exactly like a dancing actor on a theatrical stage. They saw him resting on one hand and on the other shoulder of his friend. In his other hand, he was holding a lotus flower. His ears were decorated with lilies. He wore marks of tilak, and he was smiling charmingly. With their very eyes, the wives of the Brahmanas saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of whom they had heard so much, who was so dear to them, and in whom their minds were always absorbed. Now they saw him eye to eye and face to face, and Krishna entered within their hearts through their eyes.
We got the Shri! Sing the letter! The Shri! We're full of coming this time! Dear wives of the Brahmana, welcome. You're very quiet. Very nice stuff. What can I do for you? Please accept this from the Lord. Thank you very much for this offering. Please accept it as no ancestor return home. Surely you can go home, it's no problem. Your husband, they will not be upset. Your brothers, your family, none of them will be upset with you because you are not pure devoted. You are rendering all this nice devotional service to me, neglecting all of the different scriptural injunctions. For that is the way you are pure devoted. Why do you, Lord? This instruction does not fit you. Your eternal promise to your devotees is that there will always be shelter for us on your lotus feet. Anyone who takes shelter on your lotus feet is free from conditional life of repeated birth and death. We expect that you will now fulfill your promise. Please do not ask us to return home. We have taken shelter at your lotus feet, so we have no desire for the company of our friends, relatives, and family members. Our fathers, brothers, friends, relatives, our husbands, we love them all. Therefore, please let us take shelter at your lotus feet. Please do not ask us to return home. Your lotus feet. My dear wife of the Brahmanas, you have already taken shelter in my lotus feet. Day after day, rendering so much good emotional service unto me. For this is the real purpose of Vedas. Don't worry about your brothers, your husbands, your family members, your friends. They will not be upset with you. For you are rendering the highest service of all. In that way, you have reached perfection in this life. After meeting with the source of all pleasures, Lord Krishna, the wives of the Brahmanas returned home feeling fully satisfied to fulfill Krishna's instruction. They returned to their husbands to help the sacrifice they were performing. Meanwhile, Krishna and Balaram and the Gopas began to delight in the wonderful offerings brought from the most pious wives of the Brahmanas. After the return of the wives from Krishna, the Brahmanas engaged in the performance of sacrifices began to regret their sinful activities in refusing food to the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
they could finally understand their mistake. Engaged in the performance of Vedic rituals, they had neglected the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had appeared just like an ordinary human being and asked for some food. They began to condemn themselves after seeing the faith and devotion of their wives. They regretted very much that although their wives were elevated to the platform of pure devotional service, they themselves could not understand even a little bit of how to love and offer transcendental loving service to the Supreme Soul.
Hell with this birth as a Brahmana. Hell with all the Vedic learning, all the Vedic scriptures. To hell with this ritualistic sacrifices. To hell with the great family meeting. To hell with our expert performances. To hell with it all. For we have not developed the loving devotional services of the Supreme Personality of God, who is beyond the speculation of the mind, body, and senses. The external energy of Krishna is very strong. It's called mana. And even though we are teachers, supposedly teachers of the purificatory rites, we ourselves have been illusioned. We are attached to the fruitive activities mentioned in the rituals. And just look at these women. Just look at our beautiful wives. They have actually achieved the supreme perfection. Because they have developed loving devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of God. Even though the rituals of the Vedas, women are not allowed to undergo the purificatory rite, wearing the sacred thread, or live as brahmacharinis in the ashram of the Guru. And they're not very much expert or practiced in studying these scriptures. But still, how wonderful it is. These women have developed pure devotional service. I think that we have ourselves been played a trick on by the Lord. The Lord has sent these boys to us to remind us of Himself, and still we have actually neglected it. How foolish are we? Let us actually offer our respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of God. Let us actually beg for His forgiveness, for we are too much attached to our primitive ways.
In this way, the Brahmanas lamented their attachment to the tradition to religious activities and not recognizing the Lord when He gave an opportunity for seva. They were very learned and very strict in their practices of the sacrifices as described in the Shastra, but they failed to please Krishna when their wives were running at the opportunity. Women in general, being very simple at heart, can very easily take to Krishna consciousness. And when they develop love of Krishna, they can easily get liberation from the clutches of Maya, which are very difficult for even so-called intelligent and learned men to surpass. The learned Brahmanas, expert in Vedic ritualistic performances, were properly regretful because if one does not develop Krishna consciousness, all discharge of religious duties is simply a waste of time and energy. If someone denies the self-sufficiency of Krishna on hearing that he was tending the cows for his livelihood, or if someone doubts his not being in need of food, thinking that he was actually hungry, then such a person should understand that the goddess of fortune is always engaged in his service. In this way, the goddess can break her faulty habit of restlessness. In Vedic literatures, like the Brahma Samhita, it is stated that Krishna is served in his abode with great respect by not only one goddess of fortune, but many, thousands. Therefore, it is simply illusion for one to think that Krishna begged food from the Brahmanas. It was actually a trick to show them mercy by teaching them that they should accept him in pure devotional service instead of engaging in ritualistic ceremonies. The Vedic ceremonial paraphernalia, the suitable place, the suitable time, the different grades of articles for performing the yajna or the puja, the Vedic hymns, the process of sacrifice, the priest who is able to perform the sacrifice, the fire, the demigods, the performer of the sacrifice, and the religious principles are all meant for understanding Krishna. For Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Lord Vishnu and the Lord of all mystic yogis. The Brahmanas repented their sinful activities. They wanted to go personally to offer their obeisances unto him, but being afraid of Kamsa, they could not go to Krishna and surrender unto him. In other words, it is very difficult for one to surrender fully to the Supreme Personality of God without being purified by devotional service. The example of the learned Brahmanas and their wives is vivid. The wives of the Brahmanas, because they were inspired by pure devotional service, did not care for any kind of opposition. They immediately went to Krishna, but the Brahmanas, although they had come to know that the supremacy of the Lord and were repenting, were still afraid of King Kamsa, because they were too much addicted to fruitive activities. Krishna and his Gopa friends were fed to their full satisfaction. The wives of the Brahmanas were able to achieve their desires of rendering direct service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And due to the Brahmanas' activities of putting more attention on Vedic rituals to reach Svargaloka, they neglected to offer service to Krishna and lamented. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Let's get a big Harimo for all the participants out there. Thank you everybody for patiently watching and hearing. There's many beautiful things that we can learn from this pastime. For instance, who remembers when they used to play as a kid? You're running around playing with your friends. You forget about time until your parents tell you to come in because you're hungry or you have certain things to do. This is what Krishna and Balaram do all the time. They're just full of enjoyment and bliss, playing with their friends, child at heart. And he's inviting us to do that by rendering pure devotional service to him. And this is shown that doesn't matter if you're a woman, a man, black, white, yellow, American, Indian, no matter the case, we can all develop pure love for Krishna and render service to him. But if we think that by performing certain rituals, certain pujas, certain activities, if we think we're going to become advanced, we'll go to Svargaloka, we'll please our ancestors. It's missing the point, because if we're not rendering devotional service to Krishna, Shrama Evahi Kevalam, waste of time. So, one more time. Harimo! Thank you, everybody.
So we'll have some more kirtan now. So we'll have kirtan until 12. Different things are going on. I think Mataji's back there are doing some face painting. Right? So if anybody wants some face painting, one of the Matajis back there has the table. You can do some face painting, put some toast there. And then we'll have kirtan going on until midnight. So thank you very much everyone for coming. With Krishna Janmashtimi. Hare Krishna. And one thing is, at 11:30 we'll have the Abhishek. So if you can stay for the Abhishek, that's great. If you can't stay, there's prasadam downstairs. Please take some with you before you leave. Hare Krishna.
So this is a pranams, we'll chant pranams now to our spiritual master Shri Prabhupada and also to Shri Gauri. So this is on page 4. If you have your template, come to page 4, we'll chant it in follow response. Krishna Krishna Page 4. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna. Sorry to interrupt the kirtan, but does anybody have, there's a car parked in front of our neighbor's house, he can't get to the driveway, and it's a Tennessee license plate, number 7C1 6 key 2. Is that anybody's car? Anybody? Tennessee license plates? Make and model Toyota. I believe it's a Toyota Camry. Toyota Camry. Huh? I don't know what color it is. It looks dark bluish. Okay, maybe somebody downstairs. But anyway, you would know, right? If you have a Tennessee license plate, that's pretty unique. So I don't know what to get on all these details. Okay, so we'll continue the kirtan. Thank you everybody for coming again, and please take prasadam downstairs if you would like. There's some very nice prasadam downstairs. If you're fasting, we'll have the feast around 12:30 or so. Hare Krishna.
Little bit more kirtan.
Oh, that's me.
They're fully Satchitananda. They're eternal, full of bliss, full of knowledge. So they don't have the shortcomings of this material body. So they can always engage in Krishna service. Therefore, every step is a
Dance.
Each step is a dance. Can I agree? Problems cease to exist. At least the problems that we have, they become very small. So a lot of people that I see here are coming from Indian nationality or somewhere in mass vicinity. Very fortunate to grow up hearing about Krishna and hearing all this. For a lot of us Westerners, we've never heard of Krishna only a few years ago. But by chanting this, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. You feel the ecstasy. You can taste it. A lot of people doubt whether God exists or whether he doesn't exist. Whether Krishna's God, whether Shiva's God. So many different questions, so many doubts in our mind. But when we chant this mantra, you can have a direct experience, a direct connection with Krishna. And the more that you chant it, the more that you want to chant. And then that you want to do more and more chanting. So we're following this. Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So here at this temple, we worship Shri Bhagavad-Gita, who are dressed so beautifully for this wonderful occasion. Just how the Maha Mantra, this Hare Krishna mantra is not different from Krishna. Lord Chaitanya, who is over standing here on the right, not different from Krishna. Is Krishna coming to incarnate, to play the part of a devotee, so he can actually taste the nectar that is within the devotional service to himself. Because Krishna, when he's playing his pastimes in Vrindavan, Krishna is very opulent, he's very mystical. There's certain mellow, certain feelings he wants to experience, but he's not able to, because certain dynamics of his relationship. So he comes as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to usher in this chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And just by chanting this mantra, we can become free from samsara, the cycle of birth and death. So many times we've lived before, so many times we live again, but we're attached to right now, this time, this place, this circumstance. I am this person, this is my family, this is my country, this is my way of thinking, and I have all these activities and actions that bind me in the world.
Who likes to be free and happy? That's it. At nature, we're already free and happy all the time. But we're forgetful of the fact that we're eternal, that we're servants of Krishna. So we're looking for happiness and safety and security within all of the things surrounding us that we contact with our senses. So therefore, I want a nice house so it can protect my family. I want a nice car so I can get to work, so I can get money to feed my family. These things are good. They're nice. They're a requirement because we have a certain dharma to fulfill. But what is most important is that we remember Sanatana Dharma, our eternal dharma. Because whether right now I'm in the body of a male, a female, whether I'm born in America, in India, in England, or Antarctica for that matter, we're still servants of God. Because Krishna is the whole. Everything comes from Him. We are part and parcels of Krishna. So when we turn away from Krishna trying to enjoy, things become difficult. So we saw this in this past time where the Brahmanas, they had the opportunity to serve Krishna. Krishna sends his gopas coming to ask for food and charity. And they turn him down. What we're doing is the best. We're going to chant these mantras. We're going to do this sacrifice and this worship. Because this is how we've been trained to do. This is the way to act. But their wives, just being pure at heart, just having affection and attraction for Krishna, as soon as they heard the name Krishna, they went running up the opportunity. It didn't matter what their friends, their family, what everybody said. They tried to hold them back, but they went running too. So similarly, we all have so many things affecting us. Oh, I'd like to know God. I'd like to know more of Krishna. How can I understand Him more? How can I serve Him better? But I have to do this, Krishna. I have to work. I have to deal with my family. I have to do so many things. We can follow in the example of these wives of the Brahmanas because they rejected all of this just to actually jump at the opportunity to serve Krishna. So service to Krishna is a beautiful thing, and we might want to do that. But how do we actually do that? This is the ultimate question. Does anybody have an idea? We chant Hare Krishna, nice, but who tells us to chant Hare Krishna? Guru. So, without Srila Prabhupada, this temple wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be temples within America or all around the country worshiping Krishna, allowing a place for us all to gather, no matter your nationality, background, your belief, your anything. Because we realize we're not this body. We're spiritual beings within the body. And we're all struggling with life. Life is hard. Just like right now, we're sitting here. It's getting late. Our back might be hurting from sitting. Our knees are hurt from walking or doing so much all day. So many things affect us at any given moment. And that will always be there. But when we're acting for things materially, forgetting Krishna, there's no value to it. Because it's temporary. It's just temporary. But any service that we render to Krishna, any charity that we give to Krishna, any thought that we have that helps us to connect to Krishna, Krishna becomes very pleased. And Krishna gives us His mercy. So what does Krishna's mercy look like, actually? It's a good question, huh? That is true. Krishna's mercy comes in many forms. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to be here doing this now. But some people think Krishna's mercy, God's mercy, means I'll be very wealthy. I'll have very much money, so I won't have to worry about all the problems I face. I'll be very beautiful. I'll be nice and thin, so I look good when I'm going out in the world and people respect me. But it's said that if Krishna is actually merciful to us, He'll take away the impediments that are restricting us from actually fully giving ourselves to Krishna. Just like these Brahmanas' wives, they were being held back by their husbands. So many social restrictions. Females in Vedic culture normally just don't go running out of the house and doing whatever they want. There's proper etiquette to follow. But they rejected all of this just to serve Krishna. This is Krishna's mercy, actually, that He takes away all these impediments and allows us to connect to Him. So Lord Chaitanya came and gave us a process that we can actually ascertain that readily, rapidly. right now. It just depends whether we want it. Because Krishna's mercy is here all the time. Like you said, Krishna's mercy is here. But do we want Krishna's mercy? That's the question we have to ask. Do we want Krishna's mercy? Yes. Do we want Krishna's mercy? Yes. Jai, Haribol. This is why the best way to get Krishna's mercy is to associate with and serve the Vaishnavas, the devotees of Krishna. Because from their enthusiasm, it can rub off on us. By seeing their enthusiastic service, even though they're doing the same thing every day, they're waking up early in the morning, they're overcoming all these struggles just to try to connect to Krishna, then we can get a taste also. Otherwise, we might come to the temple, we might come and bow down and greet the deities, and then we leave the temple. But Krishna is not just within the deities, Krishna is everywhere. But in particularly in this holy name of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he taught 8 famous verses that he wrote down at least. He taught more, but this is what he wrote down, so it's very significant. In this 3rd verse that he gives, he says, Trinadapi suni chena tarodapi sahishnana, amanina manadena kirtaniya sarahari. Does anybody know the translation? What this means is that we should be more humble than the grass in the street. We should be more tolerant than a tree. We should be ready to offer respect to all other living entities that we encounter. In this way, Kirtaniya Sadahari, we can always chant the holy name. So, when we take to chanting this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, can anybody tell me what the result is? Ecstasy. That's there, if we're chanting purely. What else? Krishna's mercy. That's there also. But what else? Relationship with Krishna. That's awesome. What I'm thinking of is the result of chanting Hare Krishna is more chanting Hare Krishna. The result of service is more service. It's not that we come for one day and we do service and then I go on my way and I live my life and I pray to the God. No, if we're actually developing loving devotional service to Krishna, we develop causeless transcendental knowledge. So who here has read the Bhagavad-Gita? Who here fully understands the Bhagavad-Gita? That's good. Because the Bhagavad-Gita, you can always learn more and more and more. But if we take to pure devotional service, all of the purports, the essence of the Bhagavad-Gita will be revealed within our hearts. Therefore, you lose attachment and attraction towards the temporary things in our life. Being here in America, just driving down the road, watching a TV, a movie, just going around and hearing people talking. So much nonsense we see all the time. So much nonsense. But because we see it all the time, it becomes more regular and we think it's more normalized. Then, okay, it's not actually so bad. But when we're rendering devotional service to Krishna and Krishna's mercy is descending upon us in this detachment of our material problems and this transcendental knowledge, it becomes clear. There's only one thing worth doing in life. If God is there, Krishna, the Supreme Person, who's all-knowing, all-powerful, he's the creator of everything, and he's saying that this world that we're in is temporary. This body, this identity, who you think you are, temporary. Then we should fully give ourselves to that person. Because we're nothing without him. Everything that we eat comes from this person. Everything that we see comes from this person. All of our relationships, our loved ones, our spouses, our kids, everybody It's only Krishna's mercy upon us, arranging a certain situation. But when we become forgetful of Krishna, this becomes bondage to this cycle of samsara. So then we're going from one body to the next, to the next, to the next. But Krishna's pastimes are so wonderful. We read from the Srimad Bhagavatam daily here in the temple. And the essence of the Srimad Bhagavatam is describing all the activities of Krishna. So who here can say that they know Krishna? Who knows of Krishna? Okay, nice. To know Krishna is something special. I could meet people at the temple. I see a lot of their faces and meet with them and greet with them a little bit every week. But how much do I actually know them? We all have fears and insecurities and things that bring us satisfaction, or little things that kind of put us on edge, drive us crazy. But we could hear Krishna and he still seems so far. We hear all his pastimes. We know all the pastimes. Krishna, he lifted Govardhan Hill for how many days? 7 days. Jai. Krishna, he killed many demons. The first one I'm thinking of, it's this big snake demon. Can anybody tell me his name? Aghasura. Kali is there, but I'm thinking of Aghasura, big snake trying to swallow Krishna and all of his little friends. Krishna, he left to Mathura. And what did he do when he entered Mathura? What did he do? He killed Kamsa. He killed an evil elephant that was trained to kill him. He gave mercy to Kuja and straightened out her back and made her look all beautiful. He killed the cloth vendor because he asked for cloth, and the cloth vendor said, "No, these cloths are for the king, Kamsa." Then he went to the wrestling arena. He fought with Chanura and Mushtika. He killed Kamsa in front of everybody. And something significant about this was when Krishna came to this arena to kill Kamsa, everybody saw Krishna in a different way. All the Gopas, Krishna's friends, they saw Krishna in one way. The parents, Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda, they saw Krishna in another way. Everybody. But to Kamsa, Krishna was death. So, if we're engrossed in material life, forgetting Krishna, absorbed in all the day-to-day activities, then God is ultimately death. That's the highest thing. That's what I'm afraid of. That's there. But if we can learn to love Krishna, why would you fear death? Because what happens after death? What happens after death? You get another body. So we hear this. Shri Gauranatai Ki Jai. We hear this, that samsara, reincarnation. When I die, I take another body. But do we actually realize that? Because if we realize that, why would we fear death? But we're always anxious about this. Everybody in the material world. And we could look at little animals, little birds, they'll go on the floor, pick up some little grain. They're always looking over their shoulder in fear. So we have all these nice buildings, these nice cars, all this nice technology, and we think we're more advanced, but ultimately, we're still afraid of death. But if we put our love and attention to Krishna, Krishna promises no reason to worry about any of these things. But we can hear this for many, 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 many lifetimes and still not actually understand it. So like I mentioned, we don't know Krishna, we know of Krishna, but there is somebody who does know Krishna. Guru, Srila Prabhupada. He's giving us a process to actually approach Krishna how he is, how Krishna likes, and that we can actually learn to know Krishna. And how can we actually judge this? We can see people who come to the temple and take to the process of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And immediately, they give up so many bad habits. They give up eating meat. They give up all sorts of intoxication. They give up viewing women like objects of sex. They give up gambling and living life speculative. They follow according to the scripture, the Bhagavad-Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam. And they become knowledgeable. They become peaceful. They become purposeful, balanced. All these good traits that we want. All these traits are godly traits, and they're given to us by Krishna. So when we are actually following the process, we develop all these traits. So everything you could imagine that you're actually looking for in life lies in one place and one place only. It's at the lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna. But how to attain the lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna? The lotus feet of Guru. Because he shows us the way. He shows us how to actually know Krishna. Otherwise, we read the Bhagavad-Gita and we say, oh, I know Bhagavad-Gita. But if we knew Bhagavad-Gita, we wouldn't waste a single second. You would be crying at night that I have to sleep. Not that, oh, all day I'm thinking of, I want to go rest, I want to go sleep, I'm tired. No, I'm crying because I have to sleep just to take care of this body, just so I can actually continue to do more service. All I want to do is chant. So, if you guys look up on the wall over here, we have some acharyas, some of our previous teachers. On the bottom left, there's Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Jiva Goswami. There's 6 chief Goswamis living in Vrindavan. And they did not waste a second in life. They would chant. We chant 16 rounds a day. How long does it take us, Bhakta Gio? About 2 hours. They would chant endlessly, non-stop. 100,000 names a day, 200,000 names a day. Raghunath Das Goswami, he would offer obeisances to his deities 1,000 times. I don't know about you guys, but my body starting to feel wear and tear of getting old. Sometimes, I don't want to go down to the floor and get up. I'm tired. He offered his obeisances 1,000 times. Who here can do 1,000 push-ups? That's a lot. And you know what he did after that? He offered his obeisances 2,000 times to the devotees, to the Vaishnavas, because without the Vaishnavas, we wouldn't know the process. We wouldn't know how to approach Krishna. The Vaishnavas are the mercy of Krishna. And when they approach us and give us some service or are there, we should talk to them. We should associate with them. We should ask them questions. Oh, Prabhu, you're so knowledgeable in the Shastra. You're so dedicated. You're so fixed up. I have so many problems in life. How can I act so I can actually know Krishna a little bit more? This is the mood that would please Krishna. Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita, Tadvidi prani pratena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshayanti te jnanam jnanina tattva darshina. He says, just approach a spiritual master. Approach somebody who is fixed in Krishna consciousness and approach them in a humble mood, ready to inquire and ask questions. In this way, he could show you the truth because he's seen the truth. There's so many different things in life where people are trying to give us ways that benefit ourselves and help ourselves in life. But it's always temporary. It's always fluctuating. How long ago was the Bhagavad Gita spoken? About 5,000 years or more. It was just as relevant as it was to Arjuna 5,000 years ago as it is to us now. In 5,000 years from now, it will be just as relevant. It's absolute knowledge that's beyond the test of time because Krishna is transcendental. He's not limited by the gunas. He's not limited by time. He's not limited by the material energy. All this is completely under his direction. I mean, who else can be a 7-year-old boy and lift a giant mountain on top of their little tiny pinky finger for 7 days just to protect his devotees? There's so many wonderful pastimes with Krishna. One of my favorite pastimes with Lord Krishna. There's a chapter where it describes different activities of Krishna throughout the day. In one, there's a fruit vendor who comes to see him. Or the fruit vendor is just coming through town saying, I got fruit, please come by, please come by. And little Krishna, he doesn't know about money, he doesn't know how to do these things, but he saw his family, his parents. They would trade. They were farmers, they had cows, they had crops, they had everything. That's true wealth. Paper money, digital money, what value does it actually have? It only has value because we put a value onto it. But these resources are actually of the utmost value. And Krishna saw his parents bringing these grains to trade with him. So he went and picked up some grains, and I said, I'm going to go get some fruit. Haribo, Haribo, I'm going to get some fruit. Then, what happened when he went to go see this fruit vendor? The fruit turned to jewels. But what happened in the meanwhile? He was walking with these grains, right? And because it's Krishna, he had little tiny hands, he's a little boy. All the grains slipped from his fingers. So he went to the vendor, empty-handed, with a few grains. But the vendor gave him all the fruits that he wanted, that he desired. Krishna turns around, goes back home jolly with all the fruits. And the fruit vendor, you know what she does next? She looks down in the basket. And what does she see? She sees so many jewels, so many riches. Nobody loses from giving to Krishna. The more we give to Krishna, the more Krishna gives to us. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham mamavart manuvartante manushaparta sarvashaha. According to the degree of surrender that we actually give to Krishna, the more he reveals himself. So, we got about 1 more hour until the arti. We'll have the Abhishek pretty soon. Let's keep this in mind, that we're all going through some austerities to come to the temple and stay so late. A lot of us are fasting, or a lot of us are doing a lot of extra service. A lot of people are helping us clean pots and do other services. And the more that we give to Krishna and want to know Krishna, the more he fulfills all of our desires, or removes all the desires that we know that won't bring us happiness. And who wants to know the best part of all? Dr. Luke wants to know the best part. Jai. After the feast, there's going to be so much service so everybody can help. And this is the greatest way to please Krishna. So thank you everybody for listening. Are we ready for the next part? You're the kirta. I don't know what to say anymore. Do I just keep rambling on? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Gordon Tai Ki Jai.
Okay, everybody, we're going to have Abhishek and Kirtan. So, Materna is supposed to leave. Do you want to leave something? It's okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaudavani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatadine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. You can go there and, huh? Yeah, you can go. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. One more time, huh? One more time together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Hari Bo, Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Shri Janmashtimi Mahotsava ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna. So we'll have kirtan now until 12, and then right now the offerings will be made. And then we'll have kirtan, right? 12 o'clock, we will have the midnight Maha Arti. and then we will serve the grand feast for this occasion at around 12:30. Please stick around and please take prasadam to your full satisfaction. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. You want to lead a kirtan? You want to lead a kirtan? I can lead a kirtan, but somebody can do it. But I don't have any. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. One more time together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai. Shri Janmashtimi Mahotsava ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
This is on page number 4. Namaho Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nitya Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatta Deshatarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Tell me to bring him over. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, you guys get some dancing. You lead it. Lead it. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Vishnupad. Paramahansa Parivrajikacharya Shuddhashishamad. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajikacharya Shuddhashishamad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath.
Shri Janmashtimi Class. So we'll have the Shri prayers, and then we'll serve out the feast. What page is the Shri on? Page 12 in the songbook. There'll be a short background.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Ram. Hare Ram Ram. Hare Hare. Shri Gornitai Puja. Can you raise your hand if you've been fasting today? Hare Fasters in the house. Okay, so we're going to have an amazing feast that was all offered to Krishna. We offered 100, was it over 108? Or about 108? Give or take. Over 108 different items that we offered to Krishna tonight. Very special, auspicious. Haribol. So our devotees, I want to thank everybody for helping out. I know a lot of people that brought some utensils, some waters, napkins. Thank you, everybody. It'd be too much to name right now. My mind is not working on it. But I want to especially thank the devotees that worked all week, basically, for this festival. We had the brahmacharis and company doing the drama. We like the drama. Somehow my turnout wasn't blue anymore. I was very surprised. I thought it'd be blue for a while. So thank you for them. Thank you for the team of Matajis. There's a really nice group of young ladies that were helping all week, basically, for like half a day, decorating the temple. And they made these swans and water, so many things. These little flowers. So very nice. Thank you very much, Walking Raymond and company. Haribol. Thank you, another Prabhu, who is behind the scenes, who actually organized the whole thing and made sure everybody had engagement. And like I said, thank you everybody for participating. You know, we try to endeavor to make this festival for the pleasure of Krishna, but also you want to share Krishna consciousness with everybody. So you just coming and participating in the festival, being here, chanting, dancing, and feasting we're about to have. It's all part of that great experience that we can all have together. So I really appreciate it. It's very auspicious that we're all here and about to conclude the night with the wonderful feast. And of course, we always want to thank His Holiness Dana Goswami, who stays here. He's here now. He's been on Zoom all night, and he's always a great inspiration for putting on these festivals and keeps us all spiritually sane. So, if you would like to give some donation for the festival, we have sent some sheet online for different sponsorship items. This hundi there, you can leave a donation there. We also have a little table here. You can approach myself or one of the brahmacharis if you'd like to give a donation. We take everything cash, check, Zelle, cash app, whatever you have, we can accept that. Right. So we're going to actually line up for the feast. So we'll have to make some seating. And we'll line up. Where does the line start? Yes, that's true. So I'll speak a little bit more because we have to wait till these items get off the altar so Gornitai can take rest. Anybody would like to help? Start grabbing. But afterwards, we'll announce what to do. We'll line up and we'll look to take the start. So, yeah, tomorrow we have Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Purja Festival, which is a celebration of the Guru's birthday. So we're actually starting at 12 p.m. tomorrow. You're welcome to come. Of course, we have our morning program, 4:30.
Hare Krishna. The line starts in the east side of the building. Does anybody know cardinal directions? This is the east side of the building. We're going to start the line over there. It's kind of dark, so I'll move over here. So this is where the line is starting. This line is starting here, not over there. Over here. Unfortunately, on surround sound, so you can't. This way, this way. It's coming out two different sides. Okay, looking for the light. So the line is here, starting here by the TV. The line is started by the TV. Please don't knock it over there. All right, so we'll have to throw the line around. Yeah, the curtains are going to close in like a few very soon. So if you'd like to take the last picture, this is your last chance. They'll be totally